Hello, everybody. So today I'm working on rogo some more. Rogo is my test runner for my upcoming test-driven course. I'm wearing glasses today, yes. A little different. I usually don't wear them because of the glare, but my eyes are bothering me, so I thought I'd put them on today. I don't usually wear them on camera. I usually wear them on my computer. Anyway, so the format that I've currently been using is an org file. Org is a thing that comes with Emacs. I don't actually have it running right now. Probably should. Launch Emacs. But it's an outline format. So every one of these lines that has a star in front of it is a headline. And so it makes a little hierarchy. I actually thought that PyCharm had a parser for this, but I guess it doesn't. Or I don't have it installed, I guess. But in any case, it has little blocks inside of it. So this is a code block. And what I did in the past was I used the outline format itself to kind of like talk through the metadata, like my own thoughts about like how I wanted the course to flow. And then the actual source that was sent to the test runner was inside one of these blocks. And the problem with that, that's a tiny little font. The problem with that is that you can see that each line has to have, basically, if you scroll down here. So here I'm escaping the format, but the idea is that the name, you have to give it a name. Then you say begin source, and then any line that starts with that has a hash mark is a comment. Let me pull this up in Emacs here. Beaver rogo, and this is testplan.org. Anytime it wants to load, you can. Go. You can see now that the structure of the org file. So this is actually the test for the runner itself. So there's a command that says quit, which I actually am thinking about removing. And then there's a command that says show me the list of challenges. So this is the default database of challenges that I'm using for testing. So the rogo test is this. I'm testing myself here. Basically, the command you issue is C. So this little symbol here, the greater than symbol, and it indicates that you're typing input. So the line C is being sent to the test, and then the response should be this. And then this line right here is like metadata about this test, right? And so what happens is the tests run, in here we have two tests, right? And if one of them fails, then it would say, well, okay, test Q failed, or it would say io.q failed, and it would have this title. And it's a little cumbersome because you have to, you generally put something in there. And like here you see me like writing a note to myself, establish a command loop and a way to exit. But then, then there's this title, and then there's this name, and then there's this metadata text, like meta text. And so then you would have like the expected output here. So like banana, right? So if you wanted it to say banana, then now this test is going to fail. So if I load up over here and I say, the way we run this, we say rogo. So rogo, I don't have it installed system-wide here. So rogo pi. And then we tell it how to run the program. And in this case, the program is called driver. The driver is being used as a way to control rogo, right? And so that its driver is the thing that responds to these tests, right? And if we say Q, it quits, right? And if we say C, it prints those. Wow. Oh, because it wants to talk to a database, right? It wants to talk to a running server at the moment. So if we say driver, and now that the server is running, and we say C, and it lists all the tests, and they're going to come down from the server. Which is fine. That's the idea that this is going to work with my server that has all the tests on it. You install rogo, and then you'll be able to contact the server and get the latest version of all the tests, or whichever test you've subscribed for and paid for. So we have this little command line shell that does that. And you can actually log into the server, and I think if you say, hopefully if you say it in this command here, you say login, it should pop up a web browser. And it actually said I was logged in. I was already, I'm already authorized through Google or whatever, so it remembers me, and it got me this token back. I'm not working on that today. This part is mostly finished. The idea is that this is going to send something to the server. We're going to send this token with every request to the server as like a cookie to like authenticate ourselves and make sure that we're that we're logged in, basically. But today what I want to work on is the test itself. So right now the tests are loaded from an org file like this one. So you've just seen, oh, did it fail? Right. Hang on, it didn't actually fail yet, right? Yeah, there we go. The test failed because it didn't have the word banana. So it says if from expected. Actually, this is backwards. What it should say is that the word banana needs to be added. Right, so it should be diff between expected and actual, right? Like that. This is the wrong wording here. Diff of expected versus actual. Diff of actual versus expected. So in other words, this is the patch you have to apply. Yeah, in order to make it pass the test. The wording is very ambiguous, isn't it, right? Diff of expected versus actual. I think this is the way we want to say it, right? So yeah, so we really want to say that the expected is that you needed to add this word banana, right? And if we added that word banana, then the test would pass. But of course, the test is wrong, so we're going to fix the test to not have the word banana in it. But that's the idea. I like this format. And then when we parse it, so I've got a very simple parser that doesn't actually like parse the entire org file. It looks at these little named sections, completely ignores these, and then looks at these sections. And so it basically is a little state machine that, yeah, so it's a test runner state machine. We're in the do nothing state. Yeah, and then when we see, so if we're in the do nothing state and we see this, then we become on test name, or we call self on test name, I guess. And when we're in the do nothing state and we see begin source, it's probably going to say oh, I see. That's an interesting way to do it. So this is the state we're in of these two states. These are the possible states. And we're going line by line. And we see a state. We're in this state. We see this. We switch to this state and we call this function. We see, so then this puts us back in. So we go from 0 to 0, but we just parse the test name. And then when we see begin source, we see begin test, and we see end source, we see on end test. And otherwise, if we're in state 0, On every line, we're going to do nothing, and in state 1, we're going to do on test code. So I guess the transitions happen first. Let's see. Online, so yeah. Yeah, so we handle the transitions. We're looking at a line. We increase the line number counter. We see if there's a transition to handle. If there's no transition, then we just run the current line. We run the handler for the current state. That's kind of an interesting way to do it, I guess. I did this 10 years ago, but this is a little state machine that I made up at that time. Yeah. So anyway, this ignores all those tests. And then at the end, we build up the data structure. So we have a thing called test names. And then the tests. And I guess these are parallel arrays, I would think. For line in open path self line. How do I use call? That's interesting. Act as a call, allowing map over an input stream. Oh, I see. That makes sense, I guess. Kind of silly. Doesn't need to be a callable. It could be, handle line or something like that. But return self tests. And I guess we have a test description. Has a name and has lines. So why do I even need names? Test names. Why do I even need test names? Oh, I see. We keep a list of the names just around just so that we don't have to search through every time. We don't have to parse this data structure every time to find one of the test names. How did I do that? I just held my... Somehow it popped up all the usages. I didn't think I did anything. Interesting. I don't know what I did. Maybe I'll have to go back and watch the... Huh. Okay, well, whatever. Like if I say find usages, it finds it down here, but what did I do to... If I just hit Control B? I'm sorry, yeah, that's what popped up. But I didn't press Control B to make that pop up. Ah, okay, middle click on it. Interesting. Okay, cool. So that's the only thing I'm doing is keeping a unique list of names. Only for unique names. Name, line, description. So that's kind of the format that we have. I think that's obvious what line number is. IO file object. And where does that get used? So it's not used anywhere. Yeah, we don't need that. Next name is used for the test, and then previous name is used to test that we actually have a name on that test. But anyway, so I think we're going to change this a little bit, quite a bit actually. But more importantly, we're gonna separate this out. So right now we have this thing called the test description with names and lines, and then over here, how do I get rid of this? Yeah, okay. What I do is I look at those lines. In fact, okay, so let me back up. So if we run this just by itself, it'll create a directory called tests, and like it dumps those tests, extracts those tests for you. I don't know what, I think this was just for testing my own like personal testing or whatever. And what I think should happen is that as we go along, we should build up an object that does all this, because the idea is that we're going to send. Stop. These can be arbitrarily complex tests, right? You could have multiple, lines like this. You could have multiple lines here, like this, and so this would say, and then quit, right? And for example, then the next line might be C again, and we would send that input, but it would not be handled. So the expectation is that this would not print out twice, right? Whereas if this line were not here, then we would expect this to be printed out twice, right? Whoops. Come on. Now, how do I do that? Whatever button I just pressed, maximize the screen. Probably this, right? Nope. I gotta stop. Anyway, so list available challenges twice, right? And then if we put a Q here, and then quit without listing again, right? So that would be another test. Anyway, the point is that these can be arbitrarily complex. But even more important than that, or I guess, say you have something like this, right? The idea would be that these things are sent up front. These lines are sent up front, and then the entire output is read. So it doesn't actually matter. Like, it doesn't matter that like these 3 lines correspond to the first C and the other 3 lines correspond to the second C. It just matters what the entire output is. So, okay. I think that's fine, right? The idea is that the input doesn't have to be, the input and output reaction doesn't have to be immediate. And so the result of that is that you can send, for example, you don't have to send it over standard input. You could send it over like a WebSocket. You could send it over HTTP. You could send it over. The reason, okay, so imagine you're writing your implementation in Smalltalk, and you're using this environment that is graphical and long running, and you're not really stopping and running a process every time you want to run it. Rather, you've got like a long running process, and then you want some way to attach to it. So in that case, you might send all the inputs, you might send this text in a post to a web server or something that's running in your Smalltalk environment, and then it would send back all this text, and that would just be an HTTP request. And that's kind of how I'm thinking of running things right now. Right. The same thing, like in the Godot version, the Godot handler for standard input just didn't seem to work very well. I'm not. I think I don't remember what the exact issue was, but I was unable to read from standard input the way it had, even though it had like a read line in there. It has like a read line from standard input, like a function named read line from standard input. For whatever reason, that was not working the way I expected it to work. And I'm sure I documented that somewhere, but whatever. For whatever reason, I wound up writing that to a file and then reading it from a, and then the Godot program reads it from a file. Also, like Godot sends a bunch of lines here, and I had to make it so you could skip those lines. Right? You can't. It has a header you can't turn off. Actually, you can turn it off, but it turns off all output. You can't turn off just the header. Anyway, I'm rambling. In fact, I've been rambling for 23 minutes. Let's just jump in and start working on this thing. So what I want to do right now is I want to move everything related to these org files into the org test.py thing. And so right here, what I think I'm going to do is, oh, my daughter's playing a piano downstairs. By playing, I mean pounding on it. I don't think my mic fixed it up. Just din, 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 din. I think what I'm going to do is move this thing right here. So let's put these side by side, and we can hide the project structure. So when I run rogo, it figures out what test plan to use, and that's going to change because right now it's reading from the org file, and it's expecting the org file to be local. I'm slowly moving towards pulling it down from the server and doing that. So the first step in that is to get rid of this. I think what we want to do is we're going to make a new object called like a test step or something like that. And then they're both going to be able to import it, right? I might rename this later, but let's just call it steps for now. So we're going to, right now everything's all in one directory, and maybe we will change that, but let's just make a new Python file. New Python file, steps.py. Add, and I don't know why this always defaults to CRLF. Oops, not that. Not that. Here we go. And we're going to say class test step that's good code. That'll help her. Do I have data classes here? I think data classes are relatively new. Python data classes. Are new in. I wish this documentation would tell us when it was new in version 3.7. And like on my Ubuntu server, I got 3.69. My Ubuntu's probably out of date, right? Doesn't matter. How to tell what version of it is running. LSB release. I'm running Bert. Oh, come on. Dash A. I'm running Ubuntu 18. Oh, I'm like 4 versions behind. Okay. Maybe that's not a big deal. Maybe I just upgrade this machine. But that does have to go on my to-do list for. That's okay. Not a problem. All right. So the question is, anyway, what do I want to do with this? This was just to make another little data class. Basically, it adds this constructor for you. That's what data class does. And you just say data class. Okay. Let's test up. And we have a name, we have a description, and we have I lines. We'll call it input maybe. Input lines. I would just I lines. And O lines, right? I think we're going to give it a name. We're going to give it a head, string, and a body. String. Input lines, and this is a list of strings. And that's the entire data that I need. All right, so then we're going to say from.steps import test step. Wrong with that. In unused import. And here we're going to say instead of opcodes. Well, where do I use this? Parse test. Let's move. Run test opcode. So we have opcodes out and opcodes in, opcodes doc. All right, so right here is where I'm going to do the conversion, and then we'll move it up the stack. So step equals test step name equals opcode's title test test.name parse line. All right, so we don't actually have that. So when we say run test, we're going to say we're going to pass in the test and the opcode. In fact, we'll just pass in the test, and then the safe there, and then we'll take the opcodes here. So we'll say test, and then opcodes equals parse test test.lines. And now step, this is test.name. And then head is opcode's title. That's about right. Body that's fine. I-line equals opcodes in, and O-lines equals opcodes out. That's correct. All that's correct. Okay. And now let's delete opcodes. Del opcodes, right? And that should give me an error, right? Because this is not. It might be referenced. So instead of that, we're going to send commands, and we're going to send the step. Step O lines. Head. And this is step body. Oops. And this is step I lines. Step O lines. And I think everything works except now send commands is taking a step, right? So we're going to say step. And so now opcodes becomes step I lines. And here's step I lines. And really, we could just send the I lines, right? If we click on this, we should be able to go, yeah, there we go. That's where it is. And then we say step I lines. All right, so I think that was a refactoring. And let's get no known parent package. All right, so we're not in a package, so we have to say from steps import test step. All tests passed. Okay. It's testing itself, so. Now, when we say parse test, how about we just say step equals parse test? And then we move this into parse test. And instead of here, we say boom, boom, boom. Return step. And then all that should, oh, that didn't work. Test.name is not defined. So we'll pass in the test. And then when we go here, we say, oh, I like that. You can just navigate to that. So let's say test, and then lines equals test lines, because this is the old version of that. And I think this still works. The tests run are a little slow. I actually had a timeout for 2 seconds. And once I added the SQLite part, the cost of firing up SQLite seems to, or possibly the cost of talking to the server, I don't know. But the test run at about 2 seconds. And so one of them was timing out. Actually runs a little bit longer than 2 seconds it was timing out. And so that's one of the reasons that's motivating me to change this a little bit. I'm not going to have it quit on every step. I'm going to get rid of the notion of quitting as a command and just have it when you get to the end of input, then that's the end of it. And then on each test, we're going to send a reset, like implicitly. And then you as a program can just continuously run the same code if you want. And so your code can be a long running process that updates every time file changes or something, or at least we for the runs for the test we load your program and then we run your command loop over and over again, but without stopping and starting the program, and that I think will be interesting, right? All right. Anyway, so now parse test is each step of a test, right? So now where does run test get called? Run test. Should I check this in? That's a complete refactoring. So did I? What did I change in org test? I'll get that later. Wait. Yeah, all that we'll get in a minute. So GD in the driver. That is something I started writing and then haven't gotten to that yet, so we can worry about that later. GD rogo dot. Yeah, this is all new. So git add steps dot py and rogo dot py. Okay. We don't need this test directory. On our test. That's just generated for us. Okay. So next step, I want to this. I want to do this. So run. Looks like we're going to change this, I think, to step. Right, so that changed all these. Let's rename this as well to run step. And we'll move this into the other file. So now where's parse test? We'll move this into the org parser, because all this has to do with the file format in text mode. So somewhere around here, let's just go ahead and import that tests from steps, import test step. And now we have this. So now we want to say return parse step x for x in, and then we'll call this step. Is it a step? It's a. Why do I call it a step? I think I'm just gonna call it a rogo test. I didn't want to. I didn't want the rogo test. How about test description? Test. Sorry, I'm thinking about like the whole layout of this. Eventually, this is going to be a script called just rogo that's installed system wide, and it's going to load the rogo library. And I think rogo test or test description. I think test description is the right name for this. So let's call it test desk factor and shift F6 test description. So from rogo import test description is what we'll eventually say. Let's run this test to see if it actually works. Parse step is not defined right because it's still called parse test because I got mad about it being called. So parse test. So yeah, org test.test is still going to return the. Okay, got an unexpected keyword argument head. Test description. That's because there's an old thing called test description. So let's rename this. Test description and old test description. And then down here, we actually want a test description. We want a new test description. All 2 tests pass. Okay, that's good. I'm going to add that import function later, but I don't need it right now. Sorry, I'm not talking. I'm not logged into Buddy here. Or I'm not logged into GitHub. So I got to run pageant. Oh, and tell it to open my shell, and then you type in your little password for your key, and then, which I always get wrong. Go, and on my third or fourth try, I get it right. Okay, and then so now I get push. Okay, so we've moved the parser. Everything that is related to the text file format is now in orgtest.py. And then this here, rogo.py, only knows about. All right, so now bring up the. I can't see everything on the screen right now. Bring this up here. We've got a thing called. Is this alphabetized? Huh? Is this even used? No use. Yeah, this is garbage. That's old school. Okay, so test failure. Is that used? Yes. Output mismatch. Okay, so that's used one place. All right, so we've got a file called main and or a function called main. Basically, what this thing does, like the basic, like if you had to boil this whole thing down to a one line, a couple lines of code, is it runs your program. So it figures out which program to run with find target. That's the target, right? My program or whatever, based on command line arguments or different things that we're going to set up. It figures out what program you're going to run, and then it runs that program against a bunch of tests. And the tests go through one by one, and currently each time it actually runs a new copy of your program. So for each one of the tests, all this is like error trapping, and then this is like, oh, we couldn't find your test at all. So we couldn't find your because of permission error, or it didn't read your input or whatever. And then that's all error trapping, right? So it's all try, except, try, except, try, except. And then the core of it is we run these tests. So for each one of the tests, if it runs, we print a dot, and we keep track of how many passed. So we print a bunch of dots in a row with no spaces or anything as we go along. And then if they all good, if there's no break or anything, there's no exception, then at the end of that, it's a for else. So that means you made it to the end of the for loop. Then we print all n number of tests passed. And at any point in time, if there is a timeout, so we run the test for a certain amount of time, and if it times out, then we say how many passed and then how many one timed out. Or if we get a test failure, again, we say how many passed and then whatever test failed. So whatever step failed or timed out, we say that, and that's it. And those are the only three conditions. Either they all pass, one times out, one fails. And if anyone times out or fails, we stop the test. And so okay, so then in run step, there's output, right? Yeah. Okay. So in run step, And again, this should be called run test. I just changed the name to. It should be called test, and then run step should be called run tests. I just changed that to run steps, and I don't like that. All right, so run test. So inside of run tests, and then inside of run test, we actually send all the input lines to the program, which can either be sending them to some little file that the program is going to read, or we send it directly to standard input. And eventually there'll be at least one other method where you send it over HTTP. Again, for like small talk and in interactive environments where you're not really running it from the shell all the time, all that often. Now you run the test, and so we send those commands, and it's a little weird that the program is like already defined down here. Like the program is this program args use shell. This could probably use some refactoring, but the idea is that you run this program from the command line. Now you have a running process. Maybe this could be called process. Send commands to the process, and then communicate. What that really does is it kind of weird. Like I think maybe can even say what the do I not know what this is? A process dot sub p open, right? It's called a p open. Now if I say communicate, it should give me what? Yeah, gives me some docs on it. So yeah, so I'm not actually. It's called communicate, but really it's more like listen to the output. So I'm giving it a timeout because I've already sent the input. So like this should be send all input lines. To standard in or a file based on, or a standard in or a file, and then communicate. So read, listen for the result, listen for the response. Do we do anything with errors? Listen for the response. To do handle errors in the errors string, because that should be like a condition that does something. Right now they're just ignored. So let's put that like that, so we can indicate to ourselves that it's not used. All right, so now we strip off all the white space. We ignore white space in here, so there's some flexibility in the test format. And then if there are any lines that skip, we skip over those. And then strip trailing blank lines. Okay, so just pop those off the end. And now we would expect the actual output to be the exact same thing as the output lines from the step, and we should call this step test, and the test is a test description. I think test body is already, I think if we look at org test.py, the test body is already done like that. So we don't need to print the join of the body. We just that would print like one character on each line, I believe. Right? Right? What happened? Delete. Okay. So print test body. And then we use difflib to compare the two lines, the list of lines that are given. So, I had previously shown the actual output. I think maybe this could be something that's like a flag or whatever. All right, so let's run the test again. I think everything I've done right now is a refactoring. I haven't changed any code, right? I haven't changed any behavior. GD rogo pi. Yeah, I deleted the thing that wasn't used. I renamed some stuff. Clean this up. Yeah, okay. Okay. All right, so now the tests are all of the parsing is done in org test, and I just get a test description. I get a list of test descriptions, right? Yeah. And now I want to change this line. What do I want it to do? So the idea is you're not necessarily so the org file that has all the tests in it is like a game, right? It's a game that you're playing. You as a developer are playing. The user of this program is playing. So oh, hello visitors to my channel. I don't usually have people watching. I'm usually late at night, so I'm used to talking to an empty room. So welcome. So I've got this little test system here, and the idea here is that it's a game, right? Like I write the test, you write all the tests up front for people to come by and play through your game, play through your course. And so basically, for example, this started with Tetris, right? So there's a course called LearnTris, and then the idea is there's a bunch of tests for how the game of Tetris works, starting from quit the game, starting do nothing, print out the list, the contents of the Tetris screen, right? The matrix, and goes on from there. And you follow the steps, and it's a bunch of challenges one after another. So it's meant to feel like a game. And right now you can go download, you go to learn programming / LearnTris on GitHub, and you can download the source code for that, and you can see that org file, and you can see all the tests inside of it, which is okay. Actually, learn programming LearnTris, right? And you can read the test plan, and you can read all this stuff about how this is. These are all Tetris screens. Okay. And it's just a static file, and I'm thinking a couple reasons that I want to move this into a database. One is that some of this content is going to be now in a database on the server, and you're going to be, instead of right, let's say you fail a test, right? So let's change this test plan here to again say that we expect the word banana or bye-bye, goodbye, when you quit, right? That doesn't happen, so the test is going to fail. All right. So right now you see this information. The Q command instructs rogo shell to quit. The shell should not produce any output unless explicitly instructed to do so. You see the test description. You see this here. When you fail a test, it tells you what test failed, 0 of 2 tests passed, which and the short name of what failed. It's a little redundant, I guess. But given the input Q, the Q command instructs rogo shell to quit. The shell should not produce any output unless explicitly instructed to do so. All right, so that description should really say it says goodbye, right? But the test is incorrect. So this failed because it's wrong. So here's the diff of expected versus actual. So this is ugly. And previously it used to be super ugly. It used to print out hundreds of lines of text because there were many tests for Tetris, right? And they would all print out on your screen rather than printing a dot for each one that passed. And so now that's cleaned up a little bit. And so the very last test that runs that fails shows up here. And it says, whatever the next thing for you to do is shows up in your terminal here. That's fine. But I'm trying to move this out of the terminal and into the browser. So as a developer, you should still get something. If you're playing LearnTris in 2024, you should have a browser window open and it should be giving you real-time feedback. And so as you run the tests, not these tests, but the tests for LearnTris, you would have, you'd be writing your Tetris program, and then it would tell you that, you're that it didn't clear the line when that's the next thing you need to do is clear the line when you have a solid line of Tetris blocks. And so it should show something on the screen. And the problem is that, you got 22 lines of text here just to show you what the output should be. And then that takes up a lot of your screen, right? And so it would be nicer if I could put it side by side. Anyway, but then, it'd be nice if you put the description over here and the output diff over here, and maybe made the diff colored and so on. And it doesn't look as nice this way. So ideally, you wouldn't even have to look at the shell. You would just only be looking at the browser and your editor, and you'd switch over to the browser and you click the thing and it would run, right? And it would have some way of talking to your system. That would work if you're connected over like a persistent WebSocket. Alternately, from the shell, you could run the command and have it do something, or on every save, you could have it run or something like that. And then in the future, is going to run on the server itself. So the server itself is going to have or in your web browser itself is going to have like a Python interpreter if you're writing in Python, or a JavaScript interpreter, or a whatever. Or it's going to talk to a thing on the back end, so you don't have to have like the language installed on your local machine. You can just run it all in the cloud or on my servers or whatever. That's the plan. Anyway, so the thought is that the more flexibility you give the user, right, you might want to test things that are not hard-coded, one, and two, which I guess is fine. So that's a completely different thing. That's more about like making the interpreter more powerful, right? The test runner more powerful. The other part is, what if you want to change a requirement as the test goes along? So like you have some scaffolding, and you say for the first part, you're going to expect something. I don't know. You're going to expect to print out some debug message, and later you're going to have a more advanced debug message. So the first test has to be replaced or changed as you go along, right? And so this notion of just running the tests in order as they appear is not sufficient, right? They have to be, I don't know. They might need to be modified as you go along. And then the other thing is just, I might not want to put all of the, like some of the stuff on the screen is going to be only in the browser, and you're only going to be seeing it by going to the browser. And then the thing you get on the screen here should be very small. So like there should be like even So you have the name and then the body, and maybe even like a much smaller thing that where you click here to see like the full description in your browser. That's kind of what I'm getting at. And maybe I'm just rambling right now, but that's kind of what I'm getting at. There'd be like an extra field, and so the test description that you have locally will be a compressed version of the full thing that would have like rich text now, and you'll be able to put like color and graphics and stuff in the test description on the website, and things that wouldn't make sense to show in a terminal here. So that's where I'm at. So I think, well, what did I change in the test file? I put the word goodbye in there, right? Which is wrong. That was just a demonstration. Okay, so then everything is the same. So now I want to separate so also when I originally wrote this was the thing that's now called rogo was originally called testris. So it was the tester for your LearnTris implementation. And it was only ever meant to test that one thing, and only ever meant to read this one test plan, or the one test plan. And so now there are many test plans. We're going to make multiple courses or challenges. So you need to be able to tell it which one to run, and probably in a particular. Also in the old version, there was a really clunky concept where you put your implementation directly in the in the LearnTris repository, right? So you checked out LearnTris, and then you implemented LearnTris in that repository. So like there's like 200 forks of which I guess that's kind of nice, of LearnTris right here. There's like 272 forks of this that, for all intents and purposes, most of these people would be people that have tried to work through the LearnTris. So someone, the last one was 3 weeks. Oh, that's me. So this guy, Assume a Can Opener, ran this and one commit ahead. So they started working on something in probably this one, right? They put this in here. They made a stub. So they wrote one line of code. Okay, so they didn't get very far. Wandering Andy's created 11 years ago and updated 2 years ago. Oh wait, I see. So you can see the. Oh no, that's not. You can't see the. Switch to tree view, yeah. I'm sure if we find Dark F on here. He was a friend of mine. He disappeared on me. I don't know where he is anymore, but he actually worked through this. Yeah, so he's got like 68 commits. Well, I don't know what he did here. I know he did an implementation of it. Anyway, the point is, this is a mess, right? You can't see what's their code and what they actually did, right? Okay, so I click. Yeah, it looks like most of these people actually didn't do any of the code, because they all have someone else's. Like they checked it out, but we're all seeing people that. There we go. Okay. Well, okay. No, these are all just patches. That makes me sad. There we go. Completed in first 9 tests. So this person. So it seems like most people did not do anything with LearnTris, right? I should get some statistics on this and see who actually went through it. I'm kind of expecting this. Like, the barrier is too high, right? But at least they committed the first 9 tests. And so they wrote an implementation in Python. I know that other people have done this, right? Other people besides this guy have worked through the test, but I don't. Clearly, 272 people have not actually done it. They like bookmarked it basically and never came back. And it seems like that's the norm. No. And it could be that some of these people forked it and didn't check it in, because they didn't want this on here. They didn't want this on their GitHub. All right. Well, anyway, you shouldn't have to do this. You shouldn't have to fork LearnTrist to work on the code. So that was stupid. I'm just rambling. All right. This I'm using in a minute. I probably don't. All right, let's see. Sorry, I was talking about things that were not necessarily important. All right, let's talk about, all right, everything's checked in. Anyway, for whatever reason, I'm moving this into a database. And the idea is that you're going to fetch the data from the server. It's going to populate the database. And so your tests will now live in this database. I'm not sure if it's one database per client. I don't know. I'm not sure how that's going to work because you could have multiple. If you go to it's not up online yet, but the website is going to have multiple challenges. So you'll be able to do LearnTrist. You'll be able to do the make a language in an afternoon thing. You're going to be able to do another thing. And each one of these is going to be its own little test or its own little challenge. I would think in the current directory, you're going to say rogo login. So you're going to install rogo. You can install Python, install rogo. Then you say rogo login in the current directory. And it's going to create a thing in your current directory. And you're going to tell it, you're going to list the available challenges, and you're going to choose which challenge you are running in the current directory. And I think you're going to have a .rogo file that is like your config, your local config, that says how to run your program. And then there's going to be a .rogo.sdb, so SQLite database, that's going to be the tests. So it's going to fetch the tests. You log in, it talks to the server, it fetches a test, which I believe that works right now. Both of those things work, but it doesn't say it doesn't filter the tests by the ones that are accessible only to you. Like, it just gives you all the tests. And then then what? Right now, so we have this shell. Like, I've introduced this shell called the driver, right? And you give me the list of challenges. Okay, there they are. I quit. Okay, there they go. So the very first thing you're going to want to do is, like, say I want to run the rogo tests. You got to say, I want to run LearnTrist, I want to run other, I want to run one of these things. I need to make a diagram because I don't actually know what I'm doing here. Well, I have notes. What does my notes say? Use SQLite rather than org file at runtime. Allow working from in-memory SQLite. Retest it from a local SQLite database. Yes, fetch test incrementally from server. I mean, okay, we could just change this. Like at some point, I guess there's a lot of configuration that needs to happen here. Hey, Batlin, never heard of LearnTrust. Seemed like a cool idea. Well, thank you. Yeah, that's the problem. I made it like 10 years ago, and it was popular in a little IRC channel called the Learn Programming channel, and nobody else ever heard of it. And it was, really clunky. And so I'm making an effort to relaunch it, I guess, on the web. So that's the plan here, as one of many courses. But I would always tell people, if you don't know, people would come into the Learn Programming channel and say, like, how do you, I don't know what to do next. I've done a bunch of tutorials, and I know how to do the tutorials, but I don't know what to do next. And I would say, oh, well, go make Tetris or something like that. And over time, the idea was it would be like a little bit. It wouldn't be a tutorial, but it would be a challenge, right? It would be a challenge that guides you a little bit, but also, leaves a bunch of pieces blank. So it's more like a connect the dots kind of thing. You're not necessarily designing the system because you're constrained by the tests, but you do have to do all of the work, right? You're not breaking the problem down into steps. You're missing that part, but everything else is done for you. And at least you get to see a problem broken down into steps. And I think in the presentation here, I'm going to spend a little bit more time, like on each section, like each group of tests is going to be like, have an intro thing that just says, well, okay, let's conceptually break it down. And here are the steps we're going to have to do for this chunk. And then you work through those. So there might be like some little short videos on each or articles on each one of those, probably both. I'm rambling. Anyway, so right now, at this point right here, we need to read it from a database. We need to read the test from a database. But it has to know which. Is this even opening a database? Okay, so we have these two different things. The driver over here. Where's the driver? No, the driver is not even opening a database. All the driver does right now is it talks. So login opens a web browser. Challenges uses the client to talk to the server and gets the challenges from across the server, from across the internet. We need to. My daughter turned off my computer last night, and so all my programs that are open are closed. So my little drawing programs. I always have to open things twice. You say open it and it doesn't open it. But if you do it again, then it opens. And this is the data or the authentication system I worked out for giving you a little token to when you log in. Just to. I could have sworn if you hold down space, you would get. Okay. All right. All right, so we will make a new Oh, it's middle click. I have too many drawing programs. Right. So I'll make a new thing down here somewhere. Add node, but maybe make it, copy this and add a new node. And let's call it, I want to make a diagram of the workflow. How does well, okay. I was going to give a command name, but I don't even know what the command name is. So we're going to have rogo. Right now we have rogo xxx, rogo shell my program. I guess I'm going to put this in bracket. Right, this is the current syntax. You say rogo and you say what you want to run. You don't run driver, you run this. So, and then you could put test plan and skip lines in the so in the environment you can say test plans equals xxx, or test plan equals xxx, and skip lines equals 0. And you can say input path if you want it to send the input somewhere else. And all of that is optional. And they're all stored in the environment. So in Bash, you can write it like this. And then you run your command, and then you optionally put the word shell, and then you say my program. So it's back here. So if we want to test the driver, we say rogo.py shell driver.py, and it runs driver.py through the shell, and it runs those tests. And if we want to say skip lines, because then one of the tests is going to fail because it doesn't have first line of input in it, because it skipped that line. And if we say 0, then everything works, because that is the default. I'd love to see something like that for J or K. I started learning some K recently, but ran into a few roadblocks. The Ike game sketches things is pretty cool, though. I showed my kids that. Yeah, I like Ike a lot. I made a game in Ike. I tried to make a game in Ike for a game jam like 2 or 3 years ago, I think. Yeah, so this is language neutral. The whole point of this driver thing is that it's completely language. In fact, I'm going to do a walkthrough in J of LearnTrist, and that's that. I haven't made a lot. This channel is clearly not high quality video, right? I just turn on the camera when I'm working, but I intend to put some effort into my main channel, and the next video I'm going to do is going to be the LearnTrist walkthrough of at least the first couple, like the first chunk of the test. I'm going to do it in as a video, and then like encourage people to go do their tests themselves, to do it themselves, and take the challenge. Although I could definitely see a course that is more about the specifics of a particular language. I haven't gotten that far yet. I get it would be kind of nice to do it like for array languages in general, like array thinking, and if you wanted to, you could try and do that in like NumPy for Python, or if you wanted to prove your language was just as good as APL or J or K, you could try, and then maybe that will encourage people to actually try J or K or APL or YAL or EWA. I guess I really need to draw a diagram. So this is the old syntax, right? Current syntax. guess the new, move this up, right? You can press. All right, now I'm baffled because a minute ago it didn't let me use the spacebar to move it around. So new syntax. All right, so we have rogo login, rogo okay, it's actually not rogo, right? It's actually learntris, testris. My program. We have rogo login, rogo. This actually does not exist. It's actually driver.login, driver.py login. Maybe we should say old syntax. And then we have this like work in progress, current work in progress. And then the goal syntax, like goal, new goal syntax. So what do we want it to be? So we have driver login and driver C list courses. Python has this little command library that makes a shell for you, and I just told it if you pass an argument in, have it run that command. Otherwise, run a loop. So you can run one command at a time, and you can say driver.py C, and that should list all those tests by talking to the server. And login fetches some token, doesn't really do anything with the token yet. Q runs the test. Run the test success. Q should exit the shell. Exit the shell. Exit when control D press or if end of file reached from a pipe. So that way, if you say echo driver.py, it does nothing. And if you say echo CC, it should print it twice and then quit. Maybe it has a new line in it. Yeah, it's one line at a time. What? Dash E? There we go. Wow, that's slow. That fetch is slow. Why is it so slow? There's like a 2-second delay on each one of those. Probably because the local server is not meant for production use. It's just like the default built-in Flask server. Definitely should not do that. All right, so exit the shell list challenge. So you can do any of those things, but the goal is that you're going to have a script installed called rogo. In fact, even this is not right. This is driver.py, right? You have to explicitly say driver.py. The goal is that there's going to be a system-wide thing that you install, and it installs a script that's in your scripts directory in the under Python scripts. That's system-wide. It's on your path, and you just type rogo now, and so what do? You would say rogo login, right? And then I'm brainstorming here. Rogo run rogo watch. So let's put some text here. So new text, run continuously when files change. Run every time run every time the file changes. Time, but it's not just the file. It's like certain files change. The cursor in the program is certain files change. Okay, which we have to configure. How to naturally approach problems with array language. I'll definitely give this a try when the test. Thank you. Yeah. Well, stay tuned. This is coming soon. This is my new full-time job here. I'm hoping to make a go of this as a small business here. A bunch of them is going to be free, and then some of it is going to be like paid courses. It's going to be a course on how to build like a compiler and everything. Possibly also one on a web framework. And the Learn Trust thing will be free. Be a couple of free ones. Run every time certain files change. Files change. Go run. Run the test, same as current behavior, or like current behavior. Run the test suite, same as current behavior. So that's the run command. And then, okay, log in. This actually, well, what would this do? Log in and store a JSON web token in global path, some global config. That's how most of these little apps do, like Heroku and all that. Like Heroku's a web hosting company. Firebase, same thing. The web app, you put your files there and then you publish your files. Rogo, maybe Rogo test would be the one. Would be a bit better name. Rogo test. Run the test once, the test suite once. Watch for test, and this would require some kind of configuration. You want to log in, and then, okay, so in between these, so you have to tell it what test you want to run. So you could do that. You could bypass the login and say rogo import, and then some org file, or say testplan.org. I think so. I'm asking myself the question, like, what do I do when like one reason you might want to do this is you're learning a new programming language, and like you don't want to think about what you're doing. You don't want to work on design. You want to separate the act of designing a program and learning about the domain from learning the programming language. And so you might want to, like every time you start, a lot of people, every time they start a new programming language, they will, implement Tetris in that language. Like I made several different implementations of Tetris using this test suite. I did one in PicoLisp. I did one in Rust. I did one in, I want to say PHP. I did one in Pascal. Like I did like 4 different implementations of this, and I think I did a reference one in Python somewhere. And so you might want many different copies. You might want to attack it in different ways, and so you have different folders that have the same test. So I don't think you need the test. I don't think that database of all the tests needs to be in your local directory. But I think that what you do have is rogo init, and you're going to say in this directory create a .rogo, a local .rogo file, a folder local .rogo file, .rogo with JSON. So the SQLite database would be global to your machine, right? And so what got me thinking about that is now, okay, so now if I'm experimenting in my mind with the idea of modifying the tests as you go along, and I think that you don't want to keep state there. What you do is in that file, you keep the state in that local file with JSON. So that is going to include, so the JSON file is going to include .rogo file, something, I don't know. iNotify wait. Presumably there's a Python call or library interfacing with iNotify wait. Yes, for watching the files. Yes. In fact, Flask does that. I've never actually done that, but actually I have done that. A long time ago, somebody asked me to watch a directory, and every time you drop something in the directory, it would upload it to his web server. So I made I think it was called Blogcast or something like that. It says how old it is. But that's the last time I did it, and that was many, many years ago. But there is some way to do it. So so the watch would handle that. So I'm gonna actually, well, whatever. But we'll see how the dev servers do it, and watch that. But it's not just that, because we also have to handle, like, say you're building in Rust, might need to kick off a makefile cargo, or build step, whatever. Build step. So rogo file contents. I think we're not going to worry about being logged into multiple users. You're either logged in or you're not. But like, what challenge are you taking? Challenge are you solving? Actually, if you make what? If you use a node instead of a text, that's a text. If you put a node, then when you stick it in here, it gets smaller. What challenge are you solving? Which challenge is, which challenge is this? We need to know what is the build, what is the command to run, what command to run, how to invoke program, how to invoke the target. Because right now you're specifying it on a, you specified in the command line with all this stuff. But presumably you're just gonna say rogo test and it's gonna know how to do it, and you won't have to type this every time. And I think there should be like a little helper, like a rogo config, which would let you edit the above, but so which would create this. Both of these would create and modify this file here. So init creates the config, and then config edits the config if you want to revisit that. Maybe they should be the same. You don't have two commands. Probably this one will say, oh, it already exists, use rogo config. All right, so .rogo, which challenge is this? How to invoke the target. I think that's it, right? And then when we run rogo test, we read from that file. So the data goes into the rogo test. And so that's what we want to happen here. So I'm assuming this is a JSON file, but it could be anything, right? It could be a config file or whatever, but Python has a INI file format. Python INI parser. It's like in the standard library. Config parser. Python config parser module. Oh, I thought it was built into. No. Python INI. It doesn't matter if it's in the standard library. Config parser. Oh, it is. Yeah, it's in the config. Almo. What Rust uses. Almo lib. New in version 3.11. Okay, so you have to have 3.11. There's a recommended replacement for this module for editing already existing file preserving library with both read and write capability. I'm tempted it doesn't matter. This does not matter at all, does it? And I think everything I'm using is simple enough that the one thing that's getting at me is that it may be the case that in a particular challenge, you might have multiple okay, so basically the way all the tests work is you build like a little shell, right? So you can't run Tetris or whatever, and play with a joystick or whatever. So everything happens with standard in and standard out, and then the idea is you render it. Okay, so there's like a little Tetris shell that you build, and then in the next course or in one of the other courses, there's a shell for like an assembler, right? So you're going to build a little virtual machine, and you basically launch the debugger, and so the debugger tells you the you know you send commands to the system, right? But then like once you got your virtual machine implemented, right, and it's everything, all the tests pass, now you're not going to talk to that debugger anymore. You're going to talk to the like an assembler or whatever, and so you would move on to another run configuration. And so I want to be able to support multiple run configurations. So one, like, so for the first set of tests, you talk to the debugger on your virtual machine. Now your virtual machine is running, and you want to talk to the virtual machine directly, and you're going to talk to the program running on that virtual machine. And so that's two different sets of runners. One is you're running the debugger to test the machine. One is you're running the machine itself. You could do that through the debugger, but that isn't. I think I want to have the notion of a run configuration, which means that this how to invoke each target. The target. So it's more like for each run target, how to invoke the target. Right. So now, no, I don't want that nested inside of that. I wanted them siblings. Yeah. So which challenge is this? And then for each run target, how to invoke the target. So the config file has to be able to support multiple run targets, but I guess you could say run or target dot main target dot VM target dot whatever. So the question on my mind is a plain INI file capable enough to handle that? Right? And I guess the other thought on my mind is like, some people don't have Python 11 installed. So do I want to target the latest and greatest version of Python or not? I don't have 11 installed. The one on my on the machine where I'm hosting this is currently okay. I guess the question is, if I upgrade to Ubuntu 22, what version of Python comes with Ubuntu 20? 3.10. So rogo bench. That's an interesting idea. I'll put that down there. I know, rogo bench. Thanks to that link. rogo bench, thanks to that. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, before I was streaming on here, I was streaming on Twitch, and I did a whole month-long thing where I was just doing benchmarking on something. I have a Rust trade, and somebody told me it was they did a benchmark, and mine came out slow, and turns out their benchmark was accurate, but it was testing for something that my thing isn't good at. My thing is good at big problems, and it was testing very small problems. But I still spend a lot of time working on benchmarking. So I'm very fond of benchmarking tools. But that's for another day. I think this is okay. I think this is fine for now. I don't need this today, so I have plenty of time to change this later. So I think the goal here should just be to A, get a database set up, and then B, um, read it from the database and just decouple it from the parser. So right, so global rogo.std file, and then maybe I'll make these two different, like a slightly different color because they're assets, artifacts. And then inside that file would be login tokens, session tokens, or whatever. Session tokens, JWT, list of servers. So in theory, like other people could do what I'm doing and make these little courses, but that would be pre-populated with my server. And then if you wanted to create your own server, you could do that. List of servers. So starting with mine. Session tokens. You would want challenges. Oh, made the wrong color. Challenge table, which is challenge is like a course. Challenge table, a project. And then, well, it's not really a project. It's more like a course. Because you could have multiple projects all implementing the same challenge. So project would be an instance. This would tell you all the I kind of like that. Like in Git, I often write a little script called that goes through all my repos, and it would be nice if you knew where all the repos were. But you have to like where are the .rogos .rogo files. So that would be in the project table. And so each one of these, what challenge is this for each? So project, instance or run ID, playthrough ID, right? Oh, I did make them the same color. Can you not apply the style when you copy style? My style. Okay. Where are the rogo files? Challenge table. And then we have test descriptions. Yeah, where did I do that? Test descriptions. And it's going to have like progress, I guess, like progress, pass, fail, like test ID, or test ID timestamp, and then pass or fail. And the idea is like the first time you pass a test, you would get a tick in the progress report, and every time there's a regression, you like you might run 20 tests on every, you're gonna run n plus one. You're gonna run n tests on step n. So as soon as you pass 10 tests, then the next time you run it, you're gonna be running 11 tests, and those first 10 tests, we're gonna assume they're good. And then the last test is the one that you're working on, and we're going to assume that's bad until it becomes good. So until that test passes, like you're not going to get negative. It's not going to record how well. Do we want to record how many attempts you did? Maybe, but that could be done with the same mechanism. And then the idea is that if you looked at if you group this by timestamp, date time, then if you grouped it by test ID, group by test ID and user ID, and then take the latest. Yeah, group by test ID, take the latest date time, and then see what the pass or fail is. But you want to I'm not sure how you express that in SQL. You want to say this is a SQLite database, right? So you can say you're going to group by this, sort by this within the group. I'm going to have to look up how to do that. It's been a long time since I did that. I know how to do it in the database I worked on at the company I used to work for up until a week ago. I don't know how to do it in SQL. Anyway, I'll have to dig up how to do that. But anyway, by looking at this table, you should see what your current status is, and you should be able to see when you got the test running, and how you're fetch that. This will also be on the server, but then this will be like your local version of that status or whatever. Okay, we have the test descriptions for each per challenge test descriptions. It's not just test ID, but test ID and instance project ID, playthrough ID. We'll call these playthroughs. Okay, what directory is it in and what's the ID? Yeah, for each challenge, there's per challenge test description. So all the descriptions are there. How did you pass them? And that's it. And that way we can at least know if you've ever passed this before or not. And I can imagine places where like you want to think through the narrative, right? And like maybe on step 5, there's something that's going to change later, and when you get to step 20, you're going to go back and change step 5, or you're going to have to do something that might conceivably break step 5. And so you would want in the step 5 test to have some information, like to have an if then statement that says, if this had passed before and we're on step 20 or something like that, then maybe annotate it or something like that. So the test descriptions are going to have some kind of like logic to them. Right now, that is not the case. but that can be much later. I think this is it. Or no, so then what this would have though is variables, right? It's variables, various misconfigured variables. State variables, like state variables. It's clear to me this is going to be a SQLite file. It's not clear to me what the format of this is. Does it matter? It matters because all of this is going to be open source. And like the way that I intend to implement this logic, the logic in the tests, like if, show a different message based on this, or also like in Tetris, right? This doesn't exist right now, but like in Tetris, I never was able to handle the notion of like, what's the next piece? But like, there ought to be a test that says, show me in like live Tetris the game, there's a rule that says you don't get the same piece 2 times in a row. What happens is you take I think there's 7 of them, the L, the J, the Z, the S, the T, 7 of them, the T, the I, and the square, the O. So you have 7 possible tetrominoes, and you don't want to give them the same one over and over again. So the rule is that you take all 7 of them, you shuffle them, and then there's a queue of those 7 that are going to come in some order. So you always get, the 7 tetrominoes followed by the 7 tetrominoes followed by the 7 tetrominoes, but they're in different orders every time. I believe that's the rule. And then in some instances, there's like you can see what the next piece is going to be, so that configuration, that calculation has to be done on like step 6. So like when step 6 happens, then you know what the 7th tetramino is going to be, and so as soon as you place piece number 6, then piece number 7 is in your hand. That's whatever the last one in the queue was. But then you got to show what the next one is going to be, and so you have to do that trigger. So I guess it's as soon as piece number 6 is placed, then you have to do it. Point is, that should be a random configuration, and so the test can't be that you always get, it can't be hard coded what the sequence is. And it shouldn't be the case that the tests specify what the random number generator is and what, all that stuff. Like you should just be able to use whatever random number generator you have, including an actual random number generator, so that there is no determinism whatsoever. Like you could hook up your Tetris to a, some radioactive device or something that's shooting out isotopes, or whatever they do in casinos to give you real randomness. So the test has to pattern match, and that is not the case right now. Right now, the case is like all of that randomness is determined for you, like as if the tests play the role of the randomness provider, and so your actual game of Tetris would have to have the random piece separate, and so it's not under test, I guess is what I'm saying. And the current tests do not cover this, right? So there needs to be some logic in the tests themselves that handle that kind of thing. Okay, so point is that this test runner is going to use some language for specifying this stuff, and my plan is to use the virtual machine that I'm going to be doing in the course, right? So that people who have gone through the course will have some idea how this works, and it won't necessarily be tied to Python. This is something that you could implement for yourself if you wanted to do bootstrapping. I know some people are going to want, some people are just going to watch the videos, and some people are going to buy it and never do anything, and some people are going to do every little step and they want to build everything themselves, and that's the whole point of it. And so if so it's like I'm trying to use a framework that does not yet exist, right? So I'm trying to guide myself towards a framework that's going to exist in the future. And so whatever this config file is, needs to support that. So I don't have to make a decision now that's going to. What I'm getting at is that there's a language called Red that Red and Rebel REBOL that has a very nice language that is also a data description for it. So it's a and I'm considering having something like a JSON for that, whatever language I come up with, something like a Red language or JSON or a custom language that would have a standard parser. I do plan to have a standard JSON parser. That is one of the lessons in the course, is how to parse JSON. It's a universal standard, so it makes me think that maybe I should just have a JSON file, and I should stop rambling and just use JSON. Okay, so that's what it's going to be. JSON. Sorry for all that. Sometimes you got to think through. This diagram editor is called View. Visual Understanding Environment. It's from Tufts University. It has not been touched in about 10 years, as far as I can tell. This is the latest version from 10 years ago. And I use it all the time. It saves as big, complicated XML files, and some of my other videos are about me trying to replace this thing with a new drawing tool I've been writing in Smalltalk. But I got laid off, so my Smalltalking is on hold at the moment, and I am building a business around teaching people how to program. So that's what this is about. Okay, I'm rambling, and I'm done rambling. I got 4 people watching. That's crazy. Hello, everybody. I don't normally do this during working hours because I was employed, but now I am free to stream a lot longer than I normally would, or than I used to. Okay, so what is my next step? So I figured out that this is going to exist. So I'm going to just make this. I don't actually know what the format of this is, but I don't need state variables yet. I don't technically need this. I don't technically need that, but I do need the run target. So let's make a file called rogo.json, new file. Rogo, no, it's going to be .rogo. And we're going to add it. Do we want to add it? Yes, sure, why not? Associate with file type, and that is going to be a JSON file. JSON lines is interesting. JSON 5 is interesting as well. JSON 5 extend, I had not encountered this until a day or two ago. JSON 5. Let me see what JSON 5 is. Oh, object keys can be unquoted strings, basically. So you have names. Objects may have a single trailing comma. Okay. Single quoted strings. Multi-line strings. Character escapes. Hexadecimal. This doesn't help me. All right. This is interesting, but not what I want. All right. So JSON is fine. So just JSON. JSON is the standard. All right. So we're going to have a file in here, and we're going to have what? One thing I don't like about JSON is it doesn't have comments inside. Can you have comments in JSON file? Oh, I just lost it. Yes, comments. That's nice. But probably not important enough to do this now. So I will support the JSON format for now. And I would just say if the very first line or first character is this, then, or whatever. If it's JSON, then use JSON. Or maybe it'll just always be JSON. Who knows? All right, so what do we need in this file? This is kind of a harsh color. How do you change the color? Windows. Content. Oh. This thing also is like has a whole like graph database. App info. Like you can make presentations with it. It was really cool, but it's just not maintained and has some usability issues. There we go. And then has this little palette here, and we can set those to have no. Okay. What is happening? Why are all those selected? Weird. Yeah, I like the idea of red more than the. I played with it quite a bit, but I made a couple little demo applications in it. I like the idea of a. It's got some weird. red is weird. It has this. Its core data structure is like a half list, half dictionary, and then it doesn't have variables, but it looks like it has variables. And what actually happens is you modify those dictionaries in place, and it's got some weird behaviors going on. There's an article somewhere trying to rank expressibility of programming languages based on GitHub commits. Red was near the top, and IRC closed. Yeah, you can find that study on the red site somewhere. Languages that give you the ability to change their own syntax are of course going to maximize expressiveness. That's Red's thing. Is it's all about dialecting. It's basically a similar to Lisp, but different. There's some like odd timing between what I say. I don't know. Like Can you like pause the stream and like see like as it's live? Because I feel like you're responding to things, or I'm seeing something you typed long ago, or you're responding to something I typed long ago. I don't know how that works. Okay, so anyway, red. I need to know how to invoke it. So run. So targets, right? Target. Not this. This is not it. But it is going to be a list. And the first one is going to be. Well, it wouldn't be a list. It would be a dictionary. And the first target is going to be not Chrome. I don't need Chrome. What is it going to be? Just call it main. And the first item would be like the path you want to invoke, which should be something like, so in this particular case, it's driver.py, and then shell would be a Boolean. Not shell isn't the right word. So like you shell. So true. Right. So shell is true. Use shell. Use shell is true. I'm not a fan of extra new lines. This is fine. Okay. That's weird. That's yucky. Like I just don't like this. Hand-coded JSON for it doesn't, but this wouldn't be hand-coded, would it? So let's just pretend I didn't hand-code this. If I asked Python to code this for me, it would probably do this, right? It would probably do this whole nasty thing and whatever. But we'll probably parse it and see what it says. In fact, let's just do that. How do you run a shell? Python shell. Python or debug? Module not found. No module name was Wizgy. Import JSON. JSON load s open dot rogo. Actually, I think it load open dot rogo, right? So data equals this, and then data is that, right? Oh, see, that's a nice way to write it. And then JSON dump s data. That's actually looks way nicer. But I think we say indent equals 1, indent equals 2, and then print this, and then we get exactly what I have. Yeah. Just in case I don't, let's just okay, and a new line. I don't know why the Copilot always wants to put 3 little lines in here, 3 little backticks in there. Like everything is marked down. Okay, so So we're going to have to change. Eventually, we'll have to change this documentation. But you can pass extra arguments that will be passed to the guest, your program passed to the target program. That didn't even make any sense. All right, so I guess the very first thing I'm doing right now, let me write this down because current step is to, I've got a off-screen to-do list. So the current step is to use config file, use .rogo config .rogo file to decide how to run the script. I think for now I'm going to allow this, but let's move it. Let's change it so if there are no arguments, how about this? I tell Rogo where to find it. Better, so find it. This is configured in your .rogo file, but you can also do this. This is very bad documentation because we don't say how we configure it. So right now, if we just type rogo, it prints out that text. So this is configured in your rogo. That's what I just typed, but you can do this. So main says on that found, find target. I think all this is going to get cleaned up quite a bit. So program args is everything on the command line. Use shell. I don't think that's necessary. Find target. Okay. All right, so we want this greater than equal to 2. That's really just greater than 1. Then program args equals this. Else Do we need this to be a... Maybe this should be like program and then contains the word like this. What do we call this in, what is like popen call this? Python subprocess. I can speak. I was thinking more like minutes behind. Whatever. No, I want the docs for a subprocess. And I wanted to see what it calls arg. He just calls it args. Yeah. The program. It's called args. Actually, I'll just match both of these. I'll match it. So use shell. Shell equals false. So they didn't say use shell, they just say shell. So I'm going to say shell equals true. And I'm just going to match the way Python does it. Targets main. All right, so then in here, we're going to say use shell equals true. Okay. And then probably this is still the same thing. Return program args true. No, we don't even need use shell, which is kind of redundant, but otherwise, okay. So otherwise, if the rogo file exists, else, so then we do something, and then else program args equals default. Or rather, maybe we'd say return default false. So we don't need that variable. Oh no, we do need that variable because we want to return false, what depending on whether or not dash shell is in the arguments. Okay, so default from outer scope. Where's default from outer scope? I think something's wrong here. Pass else return false. Oh. Oh, this was some confusing logic here. So if we're not using the shell, so if not use shell, then we actually want to test whether then if OS because if we're using the shell, then it could be anything. But if we're not using the shell, we want to actually test that the target exists. And if the reason it, right, if it was a default one, then we're going to print the message. Okay, I've lost something here. I'm gonna roll back this entire change. I didn't realize how messy the logic was before I started. Okay, so we're back to normal. Right, if the shell is in program args, then no matter what happens, we're going to return this. Okay. I am going to, okay, so I'm going to introduce this variable use shell equals false. This is so, you know, you can invoke it as like if you try and do this, it's going to say it doesn't know how to run this, right? Because it can't, Windows doesn't know how to run driver.py because it's not an executable file. You have to say, like, you know, Python driver.py. It doesn't find Python. So which Python? All right, so we got to say C Python 3.1. This is not a Windows path, right? So it's not going to find that. So we have to say C : Python -1 Python, right? But it's not going to find that because you got to do this Python.exe. Right, there we go. And that runs. But the shell, any shell knows how to run driver.py as a Python shell. That's the idea here. Running this locally is like, it's like so painful. There's like so many little edge cases to get this running. And so like we had all these bug reports about, you know, 10 years ago when we made the original version of this, about getting it to run your program. Even just talking over standard input and output, it was so many. It was so hard to get this working. There's all these little edge cases, and so, you know, every time I try a new language, it's some new problem comes. That's why I want to get away from, you know, running it locally. But running the test runner locally is the escape hatch, so that no matter what I provide, you can always run locally and talk to the test server. All right, so use shell equals true. But we never use this, so that's okay. And then if we use the shell, we always return this. Right. This is redundant, but let me see. Okay. If we don't use the shell, then we check whether the program exists. So I think what we want to say here is if use shell, right? Because now I'm gonna pull program args. All right, so from the command line, because this only makes sense in the command line. Otherwise, we're gonna pull it from that rogo file. So if this, if it's greater than 1, it's always at least 1 because the program you're running is. If it's greater than 1, then the program args is that. And then we're going to say else down here program args equals default. But then there needs to be another case in the middle. Elif OS path exists dot rogo. Then something else. But if use shell is false by default, and then if we're looking at things passed in on the command line, then inside of that we're going to check for a shell. Okay. All right. Else program args. Okay, that's not right. JSON parse, JSON load open.rogo. No. Data equals JSON load open rogo, and I need to import JSON up here somewhere. Import JSON. I guess I'm not using time, so let's get rid of that. It doesn't like that I put them all on commas, so. It usually gives me like a little error up here. I bet I turned that off. Whatever. So data equals JSON load as rogo. And how do I, where's my Python console? What did I say? So I want JSON load as rogo. No. Load dot, okay. Load open dot rogo. And then we want targets. And we want main. Try except, and then as e sys dot exit print. Okay, so if we say open dot foo, file not found error, so we have to account for a file not found error. As e no rogo. Oh, well, that should not happen because it exists. So that won't happen. And then a key error, except key error. But there's also JSON load s, and then like invalid JSON, right? JSON decode error, except JSON decoder error as e error reading.rogo file. That's right, because it's exit except key error on no main configuration in the rogo file. No target found in the .rogo file, or targets main not found. It'd be nice if you had like a, is there like a JSON path, like an X path? I guess jQuery, or not jQuery, JQ. Good for that kind of stuff. I don't know if there's a standard syntax. All right, so program args now is going to be this data that we got. Data args. You have to check everything because this is for production use. If it's for my use, I don't care if it falls, except if, how about if args not in data a list of program arguments as data args. Again, you know, do check that it's actually a list. And then use shell equals data get shell and then false. And we could even say equals true. Shell to do check that it's actually a bool. Okay, so I think that covers all. That's a mess of code. I don't like that. But whatever, that's fine. So now we're parsing that file. And that means if that file exists, I should be able to just type .rogo and run the test. I should say all 2 tests passed. Yeah. Not thrilled with this code, but you know, it's changing the driver. Notes. All right, so parse.rogo file forward. Parse targets, parse run target from .rogo file. Right, and then what did I change here? Just some clean up comments. Clean up dot strings. Okay. So everything works now. So that was, task was there to use the rogo file to decide how to run the script. Done. Okay, next. Next step would be to use the rogo file. Use .rogo file to decide, what am I trying to say? Like decide I want to look at the database and figure out what so I need to know which project I'm running. Which course I'm running. Which challenge, right? It's called a challenge in RoboSpeed. Challenge to use. See, but I want to take, I want to, what I'm thinking is, I've got this like interactive command shell, right? Like the driver.py is like it's like a shell. And like like I think so. I mean, like what I just accomplished was to do like the default command, right? But I'm wondering, should I even have a default command? Rogo.py, right? I think maybe what I do. See, like now that you're not specifying it on the command line, it's reading it from that file. I think like maybe we're going to say rogo test, right? But that means that the old behavior is no longer valid at all. Let's go back to this. Where's my diagram? So this isn't just the syntax, but I mean, this is currently just syntax, but it really also ought to be like the workflow here. So you're going to start with rogo login. You can optionally import a test plan, and what this would do would be manually add tests to the database, to global database. So you don't need a server. You do one of these two things, right? So these are like global actions. Let's put this over here. So these are global actions that deal with this global file. New goal syntax, also workflow, right? And then rogo init is for this local directory. This is all local, like directory specific stuff. So this is for your instance of a project, right? So this you do without a project, and then rogo init says you want to and likewise there's probably like a rogo fetch or something. Well, not fetch. You wouldn't have to fetch it. It would just know. Rogo list courses, right? So currently the C command list. So rogo C. Maybe we'd call this like LS or something. List. Rogo courses. Rogo challenges or something like that. List of challenges. It's a long word. But courses is better, but well, I'll think about that for a while. It could just be LS. Rogo list challenges. Because you wouldn't want to list the test, right? You would just want to list the challenges that are available. Maybe. Or I guess you probably wouldn't do this that often, right? So it probably doesn't need to have a short challenge. I don't know if list would list the tests or not, but in the directory you should have like a rogo status. Right? You could see that you've done like 10 of 100 tests, or 3 of whatever, 3 of 7 or whatever. Rogo status. But it would also show you like what are you running. It would show you all the information in this file, right? Maybe, I don't know. And the challenge would be uniquely identified by a URL. And then so these would have URLs. So the challenge table here would have URL and name and so on. So I need to, okay, so right now I'm still reading that org file. And looking at testplan.org, and I want to get rid of that. So that's the next step, is to replace the test plan. But I'm also thinking that like this old way of doing things just goes away now. And so I'm imagining like how do you get the data? How do you get this information into the JSON file? Maybe this isn't important, but I'm picturing like a rogo try. Rogo, or just part of the setup would ask you, like there should be like a prompt that should ask how to run program, run target. It should like try to run it though, like both of these should do, like ask how to run the target. Rogo config. Both of these together should, either one should do it. Like really, rogo init creates a empty JSON file and then calls rogo config. Like you would have a menu to like list the challenges. So this would ask you to list the challenges. You would select a challenge. Like take a challenge. You're gonna accept a challenge. So implicitly, even though like rogo init should list challenge. Rogo init challenge. You would say like rogo init learn tris or rogo init http :// whatever / learn, or you would say rogo init and select it from a list. Okay, so we're gonna just hard code that in there for right now. So challenge in rogo here is going to be What happened? Okay, so we're going to say challenge. Wait. No, okay. It's making up stuff, but it's not making up the right stuff. So the challenge is just going to be a string, and it's going to be not that. That's interesting, but not what I'm looking for. Something like that, rogo.tangentcode.com/rogo. Because this is a self-test, right? And then later, if we change that to learn test, but rogo, right? Right, and so in the test script, testplan.org, we need like some piece of metadata that says like, who's David Wheeler? I feel like I know that name. David A. Wheeler. Papers and projects about free software. Okay. Looks like he did all kinds of stuff. This guy has been crawled by a Copilot. That's not me. All right, so title HTTPS rogo transit. Right. Not URL, but like the canonical URL, home or something like that. I don't know, whatever. This is fine. So okay, so once I get to the point where I import this into the database, the title and the URL would be in this table, right? URL, yeah, name, title, right? And then when I run rogo status, it should show name, title of challenge. Show title URL of challenge, if there is one picked, and then show progress so far. Maybe it's rogo progress or something like that. But okay. So this notion of I feel like I want, maybe I don't want this, but I feel like I want like a try, like I'm losing something by not being able to put this in the command line anymore. Like, because now whatever's in the command line, you can't, you have to be able to put a command here, right? And so I want to say like, well, I want to try out how to run a particular. Maybe that's an argument to test. So rogo test, and then target. That makes sense to me. Then I say rogo test, and then I could give it some target information to override the command. And in fact, the arguments here are in the current RogoPy. They're coming in from this argv, but I could change this to use the arguments that are coming in through this command loop, so that this right here will be a list of arguments. And so then test or whatever would be, okay, so I'm thinking driver becomes the new rogo. Driver.py becomes rogo, right? Oh, but this is a shell. All right, this is a good example. So let's put let's a good example of what? A good example of this. A good example of arguments. So I'm gonna have it hide the prompt if you use -q. So driver -q is going to hide the prompt. Doesn't know the syntax. Okay, so in the driver, if -q in sys.argv, sys.argv remove q, and d.prompt equals nothing, and otherwise it's going to be rogo. I think you get that one for free. Oh, that's nice. This challenge. Okay. I wonder if you actually type EOF. Yeah, quit. Interesting. Okay. So you can actually type in EOF to invoke that. That's fun. So the point of that was that now I have an argument to this that allows me to run it. So I think that if I now run the tests, rogo.py, it should still say to test pass, right? Whereas if I change this to .x, it's not going to know what that is, and if I remove it, it's going to fail because of the prompt. All right, so now I have a way to put a prompt in there. That's nice. All right. Nah, this is kind of did a little side thing, didn't Don't stage that. Do stage this one. Right, so GD cache should just be that one line, and add a prompt. Add a prompt and -q to suppress it. Okay. So now I can run. I kind of like that because you can put parameters in there to change things, and now you have a nice little rogo prompt. So I think if you run rogo, what it should do, instead of just doing this, is give you help. And so I think if we say rogo if we say driver.py test, it doesn't know what test is. Okay, so I think we should add this command, do test self args pass. And so rogo test should do the test suite. So this thing called rogo here is going to be renamed. We got to rename it like runner or something. So let's shift F6 on this and we'll call it runner. Okay. And so and now the driver is going to, this is going to become rogo, right? We're going to say .rogo.py. Oh, let's keep it a driver for now. Eventually, there's going to be a script called rogo without a .py. It's just a command line thing. Okay, so rogo. Maybe I should make that. Maybe I should make that. Echo bin, user bin, Python. No. And let's see what this thing. Rogo is just going to be a script that says Python. For now, it's just going to say driver.py. All right, so we say rogo. But I think the driver itself is going to be, I think we only get the shell if we invoke the shell. So command equals sys argv1 if command is equal to shell, then d command loop, else, I know that's a PEP 8 violation, I just prefer the compact version. If we explicitly ask for the shell, else we're going to show the help. D else show help. No. Else do this. And then here, then we're going to show help. And this show help. And this is suppress annoying resource. Suppress a error when self-testing. When timeout and self-testing. When self-testing. It's not. It's actually not an error. It's a warning. Excuse me. All right, and so then to show help, def show help. For meth in dir rogo driver, if meth starts to do, yes, that's exactly right. And then, yes, that's exactly what I want. All right, so now if I say, I would say command equals meth 3: if command equals EOF. Continue. We don't. Oh. Continue. Shadows. Yes, I know it. Shadows. Doesn't matter. Now what's your problem? No, it doesn't. You just haven't caught up yet. Print rogo command, rogo command line. Fine. Print available. And then we're going to print out we're going to format it a little bit. So -5, I think that's how it works. And whatever. Not all arguments passing, right? Because I need to give another string. There we go. But we want it to be like 5. That's right. Oh, I see. It's like, because some of them are long. That's too long. I'll do it like 10. All right, so instead of C, we're going to say challenges. Maybe we should make it like, let's see what -16. Yeah. Look at it like indent 2 spaces and print an extra line. Open command line client, print available commands, challenges login queue. And we don't need that. And let's actually have it command and doc equals, and then change this to F3:, yes, if meth starts with 2. And then for command doc in data equals this. What's wrong with that? Oh, I need parens. So it's a list of tuples for meth in there for if meth starts with 2. And then we can get rid of all this. And then now the idea is that we can append data, append, and we're going to just hard code some stuff. So help, show this help. Well, no, that's not right. Do we need a command for that? No, I don't think so. So command and doc. And then what we want is, what do I want to append? I want to append shell. Run an interactive shell. Enter interactive shell. Run an interactive shell. Interactive shell. There we go. And it should say like usage. Rogo command. And we're missing one. Test. So test needs to be run the tests. All of this needs to be like phrased better and whatnot. But run an interactive shell. Okay. So if I say rogo shell, still got it locally, then shell argv1 if length of sysargv is greater than 1, this should be the case. Oh, right, because now I'm running it through this thing. So I need to tell it, yeah. I don't think there's a way to pass like all the arguments except the first one. Unless you can say shift. Can you say shift? And then you would say it like that. Zero maybe? Yeah, I thought shift. So that's funny. Rogo shell. So this should be argument 0, argument 1, argument 2, argument 3, right? Rogo shell 2, 3. But if you put the word shift in there, it's going to say rogo 2, 3. Rogo 2, 3. Yeah, it says rogo 2, 3. So it shifts by removing this thing rather than this thing. Okay, that's annoying. Because if you want, all right, so, but wait a minute. Oh, okay. So this does what I want. This gives you all the arguments except the 0. Interesting. I didn't realize that. I was confused with it. I'm not a great shell programmer, or I'm not fond of using the shell. All right. Actually, that Control D and then it. Huh. Hmm. All right, so the tests are not working right now. So if we say, oh, okay, let's get it to run the test, and then the tests are going to fail because the command needs to be in this .rogo file needs to be changed, right? Because it needs to now be driver.py shell with a -q. We'll see. In fact, right now I have no way to running the test. No, I do. The old way is rogo.py, and then shell driver.py, and that's going to fail. Oh, but I lost driver.py. Now it's called runner.py. And so this needs to be, it needs to say shell -q. Unknown command C, that's failing because it should be called challenges now. I expect this to pass. All two passes to pass. Okay, but now I want to say rogo test, and I want that to also, but it does nothing right now. Rogo test needs to import the runner. Okay, so I feel like I'm juggling here. What's wrong with this? It's not indented the way you like it. Indented the way you like it. What's wrong with this? Again, Shadow's name command from underscore. This is called command lib now. And here's where it doesn't like. This is kind of messy here. Let's get it working and then we'll clean it up. Rogo test does nothing. What it should do is runner.main import runner. Rogo test file not found test. But what runner needs to do is take an argument, args, or let's call it argv, which is a string, list of strings. And we're going to say, shift would work? Yeah, me too. I didn't need shift. I learned that from Perl. It doesn't work the way Perl works. I was guessing at it from because Perl was so shell-like, but I never really went back and learned the shell. What's wrong with this? Oh, too broad an exception, right? Right, but that's what we want. Okay. So somewhere in here we're using sysargv, so we're going to have to say argv string. But we don't want that. All right, so main takes that, and it never uses it. What do you mean it never uses it? Oh, right, because where it does get used is in find target. Hit argv. I don't think we actually need to pass in any parameters, right? Because we're removing that feature. But I'm gonna leave it in for now. I'm gonna say echo here. Def echo self arg print arg. I want to see what the args are. All right, so rogo shell, and then echo 1, 2, 3. Do I get? Oh, I guess I do echo. Do echo. Echo 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. But that's a string, not a. Python command mod. What is this wiki? How long has that been there? Yeah, you have to split it with a string. Okay. So it's always going to be like one string. So I meant to add word string there. All right, let's see what that does. Right. Rogo test. File not found. X for X in arg split if X is not equal to the empty string. I'm sure you could use the word filter there. I think filter is no longer. Oh. But then you need a lambda anyway. So All right, it ran the tests and it failed because with no input, no, not because of no input, because of this. We wanted to say driver.py shell -q. And that's it. So what we've accomplished by doing all that messing around is that created a shell script to run everything. So we've created the rogo command, or at least a stub for the rogo command. And which runs the driver, and then the driver runs the test. So okay, so git status, git add rogo, git, what did I change in the test plan? Git diff test plan. A minor change. I'm going to leave this. I'm going to roll that change back. So I'm just going to have this be the letter C for now. For this, so git diff rogo. I'm going to remove also that here. Remove also that. That's such good English. Diff rogo. So I'm just going to change that. This is meant to be LF. Git add.rogo. That should be because it's I replaced the line ends. Git add driver.py. And I guess just for old time's sake, let's make sure that the runner works. Yes, and the runner. Wait, what? Oh, because I'm going to change the test back as well. And it should say 2 test pass. Okay. So gd runner, git diff of runner. Right, so git commit -m, and what do we do here? We use driver to invoke runner. Use rogo invokes use rogo to run rogo script, run driver, which runs test. Rogo script, rogo test, rogo script. I want to say rogo to run the driver to run the runner. How about just rearrange the refactor? Is it a refactoring? No, because it changes functionality. So reorganize everything under rogo command. Reorganize all behavior under rogo command. Okay. So now we should be able to say rogo test, and it should say 2 tests passed. I think I've already tested that and confirmed it. All 2 tests passed. Okay. And we are using the, no, we are not yet. It's still figuring out the test plan from the environment. So if I say test plan equals learn-tris testplan.org, and I run it. It should say it should fail because it's not because it doesn't print out, letter P does not print out the Tetris well. Okay. Rogo test. And so now the next question is to I have one change. GD. Yeah, and I'm gonna change this now to challenges, and then check this out. To the challenges. I like how it's testing itself. That's kind of cool. Change C command to challenges. Okay. So we should be able to say rogo challenges, and it will give us a list of challenges, but they're not the right challenges. That's interesting. In theory, this, because you actually have two lists here. You have your local list and you have the server list. And right now it's actually fetching it from the web server. I think that needs to change, because if, where'd my diagram go? If we have this notion of a rogo import, is here, now you're adding it, it's global, but it's global to your machine, right? So any directory on your machine will have this test plan in it. I think there needs to be like a list, so like list known challenges, and then there needs to be rogo browse server, and then like rogo fetch. Or like URL, right? Or maybe that's what import does. Maybe import is the same way, and you would just give it a URL, or path to.org. And so this would list remote challenges. This is the command that we would run implicitly with this rogo init, and then we would actually choose one from that list. So there'll be like some kind of interactive, ANSI escape code kind of thing going on. I'm not sure what to do here. I'm not sure what to do next. Because I want to. I want to look at this database here. So it doesn't exist, or it does, but it's a different thing. This is what I want. So import, open this. Why is this database so slow? All right, so right now this is just like a made up list of data, right? But self-test for rogo client, or self-test for rogo, self-test for rogo. Or rogo self-test. This really isn't the title. The name is the title. This should be like the. Okay, this should be like, you know, famous falling blocks game. Famous falling blocks game. The tagline is learn programming, GitHub. Submit. This really should be like head, you know, URL, name, and like, you know, a headline or description. Description, meta. Description is fine. There was a better word for description. So we rename this to rename description. The name and description. And it needs a URL. Why does it have an ID? It doesn't need an ID. You don't need this because SQLite always gives you a row ID. Did I make that? If I had made it, there would be like a rogo.sql file, which I'll have to create at some point. For now, I'll just leave the IDs in. Anyway, so it needs a URL column. New column, alter, add column, URL, string. I have to change? Probably I don't have to change this. If I just manually changed it, what does it do? It took my changes. Okay, so this one doesn't have a URL yet, but it should be. The one that's in the test line, top of the file. This URL does not actually exist yet. It doesn't serve anything, but as an identifier. Okay. Okay, what's wrong with that? Why can I not paste that into the string column that I just made? I don't know. I think maybe it didn't have that column before and it doesn't. Hello? Okay. Alter table or no, update challenges set URL equals this where name equals rogo. Sure why that had to happen that way, but now can I edit it? Yeah, now it lets me edit it. This doesn't let me change a null to something. And now it does. Okay. That entire column was null and it didn't let me do anything. Let's change them all to empty strings. All right. Maybe I should have left them null. I don't know. All right. So now I need to actually, I need to get the data into the system here. So the challenge, no, the progress, no, I never filled in any columns for this, but it should be exactly the same as what's in this. Where's the other file? Down here, I can't see it. Is that test description? So it's a name, head, body, I lines, and O lines. I wonder if it's like inputs, and expect. I'm gonna stick with I lines and O lines, but inputs and expect might be. I'm not gonna change it because it's gonna break everything, but I'm tempted to change that. I could change it here in the database, right? So name, head, body, I lines, O lines. So a chid for a challenge ID, name, head, body. And then there's got to be like some URL. I lines and O lines. Right? Because in theory, like this is going to print out like a condensed version of the text that you get from that you would see on the screen on the server. Child name, head, body, I lines, O lines. Okay, so now we got to make that in the. Let me bring this over here and just add the columns this way. New. Oh, can you do it all in batch mode? Well, what columns do I have? I have ID, name, description. Oh, but I don't want to add a column to this table. Wait, what's in this table right now? Want to abort. What's in this table? Right, so this actually is the name, and then this. Can I rename that column? No. So description is actually the head factor, and then challenge ID I decided to call that chid, which how I think of things. Chid. Is a foreign key. Yes, okay. Yeah, it didn't. It broke something. Order by chal ID. It okay. I guess it had it cached by the sorting by this. So I need to add name, head, body, and I lines and O lines. So new. I don't know how to mess with that. So that's body string, and I think you say after head, right? And then after body, we're going to add I lines after body and O lines after string. After use that. Yep. You can't use the word after. So the type is all wrong. Should say string. and it actually put them in the order I wanted anyway. So modify column. I don't think what I just did worked. Hmm. Remove body. What? How do you remove column? SQLite, remove column. Drop column. I did say that. Use this thing. I think it's text. There we go. Oh, hello. Oh, hi. I'm on camera. What's going on? You want me to wrap it up? Okay. I'm working on my database thing. But it's not cooperating at the moment. I can take a break. Been at it for 4 hours. Give me like 10 minutes and I'll come back. Okay. How's your day? Okay. Come down in a few minutes. All right. Exit exit here. I don't actually use that table, so it doesn't. I'm not talking. Sorry. I was changing this table, but I don't use that table, so my tests don't tell me if anything broke. I haven't used it yet. Nothing to see yet. Nothing on the screen yet. But soon. I mean, you can see it say all tests pass. Takes a while. Oh, it failed. There you go. Used to say all tests pass. Nice. Yep. It's nice. I'll come down in a few minutes. Let me fix this bug and I'll come down. Excuse me. Usually I wasn't streaming during the day, so because I had a job and now I'm working for myself, and so home life is a little different now. Right, so what is happening here? Something failed in fetching this information. JSON. This has nothing to do with. Oh, what happened is I changed these names. Okay. So in the server, I have to go in here and change the query that runs. Where is the server? This, okay. So C head as title. T chid equals CID as num. And leave tests. Nice to type. Oh, what's wrong with that? I guess we got to see what the server is saying. No such column C head. Name, description. Oh, it's not head, it's name. Okay, so I changed it from title to name. And now it's telling me that this has changed because I actually did change the database. And the tests are expecting something different, which is right. So rogo. Oh, but it's not name. Description is what I wanted. So description was the title. The description as title. It's still going to fail, but now it's failing because the client test suite to self-test, which is now we got to update the test to make it pass. Rogo self. This is like example data, so like this actually rogo client. A famous falling blocks game, right? You should say LearnTris. A famous falling blocks game. Once I get this working, I'm gonna call it a day, or at least take a break for a while. I've been at this for 4 hours, and my wife just got home, so I'm gonna go say hi to her. And my daughter came home from school, and I haven't seen her, so I'm gonna go see everybody. But I hated it. These little. I want to put a note in here to like find out how to in my to-do list. See how to make PyCharm default to line feeds instead of CRLF. Okay. Thanks, Batlin. I appreciate you watching. It's nice to have an audience. Usually, I try to be a little more regular with my my schedule now. Do this every day. Okay. And I might actually come back tonight because I'm in startup mode, so it's crunch time. All right, so I think this works. I think I just did it and it worked. Yes, all 2 tests passed. So I was just checking in the code. So gd app.py and gd test plan. So git commit -m. Right. Database schema changes. I don't really like that I'm checking in this SQLite file. You can't see the diff on GitHub or anything like that, but at some point I'll dump the database and have like just plain SQL. I don't think people are going to come through and follow my steps along this way. In fact, I'm gonna put a note to myself so like dump the SQL. Get schema into or SQLite schema into .sql text file and remove SQLite from Git. I think I'll do that. Okay, so I was in the middle of basically importing doing the import. And I think that's going to be fairly easy because the org test file already generates this well-formatted data that is the exact same shape as the table I just made. So I should be able to import that data into the table fairly easily. So that is my next step. I'm going to just make a note to myself. So just import the test descriptions into the database and probably set up maybe name as a, I might have to think about the key here, but maybe I can make this a primary key, a complex primary key with name and the challenge ID. Between those two things, then there'll be a unique ID for that test. Use chid and name as unique ID, primary key, or a primary key, or I guess a key. I guess it would as a unique key. And then once I have that, then the next step will be to use pull it out of the database to pull the test out of the database rather than the text file. And then at runtime, we won't have any reliance whatsoever on the org file or the parser, except when you run import. And probably as I work through this, I'm going to have to hit import a bunch of times, or I'm going to have to type rogo import a bunch of times. I can live with that. It is going to be kind of annoying, and maybe what I want to do is just either have a little script that auto imports it for me every time, or just bypasses this part and goes back to the old behavior of reading it first, reading the org file first. Because as you're editing the org file, which is, I'm not in that mode right now, but eventually I'm going to be in the mode of like writing tests, and this whole runner thing is going to work, and I won't have to be changing it all the time. And so I'll be writing tests for some other, for the courses I'm doing, and I don't want to have to type import to test the test after every step. So I'll probably have to come up with some kind of authoring mode. That's only for me, or only for me at the moment. Authoring mode that doesn't require typing rogo import all the time. And maybe that could be just the same as watching, there could be a mode for watching the org file as well as the the code, just like you have a watcher for the runner. Anyway, yeah, thanks everyone. I guess it says 18 views here, so I guess a couple of people came by, but thanks for watching this, and those of you watching on YouTube, I appreciate it. And I will see you again soon.